Hi everyone. Hello, it's me. Um, I am slightly paying attention to the fact that there's cats in my house right now. I probably will have to um, make sure that those get out at some point in my life. It'd be nice if they just chilled on my bed and I could just know when they wanted to go out, but that's just not going to happen, I don't think. So, we're gonna go back to digging that hole again. Today, let's check on the copper first, see how well that's doing. Well, it looks like some of them are oxidized, but I just want to get them all at once. Because why not? There's no point in not getting them all at once. At least I don't feel like there's much point in not getting them all at once. Let's just see how many we can make with this first. Probably an amount. Okay, we can make 6. I try to go with 10. So let's go 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. We've got 10 of those, which is good. Let's put the stuff back. I could probably use these, but I don't feel like it. And boop. And boop, 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 boop. Wait. Boop, boop, boop. And I should probably put that flower away. That's something I should do. I am doing this a lot earlier than normal today, which is nice. Doing that earlier than normal for once in my life. Hi, cat. You can come in if you want. It'd be nice if you just stayed here and then I just knew when you were wanted to leave. I feel like I've made a mistake by letting them in when I'm streaming because they're a lot quieter than the dog. But that is just kind of what it is. I've made that mistake now. I could take them back out, but I don't feel like it. So I'm just gonna have to live with the consequences of my actions, and it'll be unfortunate, but that is just kind of how that is gonna turn out, I guess. Hopefully I didn't leave a bunch of shit in this chest, and hopefully I got it all out. I don't actually remember. Okay, I did. I did remember. Well, actually, I didn't remember the specific thing that I did, but I remembered to take it out, which is good. I remembered to do that. I'm not sure if having my view count off is making me more or less anxious about just talking to myself. But I'm just gonna keep at it because I don't know. I'm like having to think stuff out because I am like moving in like a couple weeks and I'm like thinking, okay, what do I need to actually get done? Hopefully, I mean, like, I think I'll have time to stream. So I need to go through a bunch of stuff that I have at this house. I think I just have like a bunch of papers and shit. Need to go through Riggy's paperwork, I think. I just need to write down a list, but I'm just talking it out right now for no reason. No reason, except I guess, except for like posterity's sake, maybe. There's like no reason for me to be doing that, but that's fine. Oh, hi. That is a giant gap. I might just like move to another side on this and then expand it. We'll see how things end up working out. With this bit, anyway. I should probably just upgrade to like all the cool stuff, but I also just don't feel like doing it. I feel like getting instant gratification and then suffering for it later. Yeah, I'm also thinking I should probably record a couple videos and try to get those out. Try to queue those up for reasons. I need to get better at doing videos and stuff. I need to do that. I mean, I guess I don't necessarily need to, but I really would like to. I guess it's a need in that, like, if I even want things to try to work out, then I should be doing that. It's just a thing that I should probably be doing if I want to succeed in this career path that I'm just not doing. There we go. Alright, that should work. Love how basically my whole thing is just like, should I do the things that actually make stuff into something that works? Probably. Am I going to? Probably not. At least not as soon as I should. And if that isn't just the way, I don't know what is. Should put that in there just so I have more space. Space is a good thing to have. Speaking of space, I did see Iron Lung recently, and that was awesome. Loved it. But I don't want to talk about it too much because I feel like that'd be spoiling it, and I don't want to spoil it for anybody that hasn't seen it. But, yeah. It's definitely not going to be something that's for everybody, but I think that's also one of the things that I like about it, is that it's not for everybody. It is for the people that are gonna like it. I feel like a lot of movies are ruined by trying to appeal to everyone. Which sounds like which might sound like an elitist prick take, and maybe it is. Maybe it is an elitist prick take, but, like, at the same time, people are like, oh, you know, this thing is a thing. It doesn't, like, I don't know, it feels almost like a damned if you do, damned if you don't sort of thing, where it's like, critics are like, oh my gosh, you know, it's not really that good because it tried to appeal to too many people. and then they'll be like, oh, well, it didn't appeal to everything that I actually like, so therefore it was also a bad movie. And it's like, please pick a lane. Pick a lane and stay there, please. You don't need to fall into the Utah driver's trap. Dealt with enough Utah drivers, I don't need them doing that. I can't even drive, I just know that they're frustrating. There we go. But yeah, that is honestly my opinion, is that less things should be made for, at least in terms of entertainment, less things should be made for everyone. And that's not how we should measure the success of stuff. That's kind of my hot take. We have demographics for a reason. Different people are going to like different things. It shouldn't just appeal to the mass audience. It should be like, okay, well, is this a success within the demographics that we have set out for ourselves? Because it's like, I also know people having like, oh, you know, it should just appeal to a mass market, and it's like, no, that's why so many movies are shit nowadays, is because they're appealing to a mass market, is because they're trying to be good for literally everyone. It's that old adage of, you know, like, if you try to please everyone, you're going to please no one. Sometimes things just aren't for you, and that's okay, and sometimes things are just shit, and that just means you need to try again. Just means you need to go back to the drawing board and get better if it is actually bad. That's what it means. It's not anything more. But yeah, I just would very much appreciate it if people stopped trying to make things for literally everyone. That was kind of, I think, one of my biggest takeaways from, like, I guess hearing like the criticisms of Iron Lung, is that it's like, oh, this thing wasn't made with my specific tastes in mind. And it's like, okay, cool. But then treating it, their specific tastes as like the be all end all of this is what makes a good movie. No. That's not how that works. Am I gonna be able to make that jump? I don't know if I'm gonna be able to make that jump. Okay, yeah, I'm not gonna be able to make that jump. Ugh, I hate when I'm not able to make the jump sometimes. That's okay, though. Oh wait, I forgot that's what I need to do. Maybe I can just put the cobble in there and then just pretend. I don't know what I'm pretending, but I'm pretending something. I'm pretending something, but I'm not sure of what it is. But that's okay. But yeah. Also, I think this is just another thing that I think. I think that movie critics are too full of themselves. Like professional critics. I think they're too full of themselves. I think they're too, not all of them probably, but I think most people that are film critics just like are a little bit too full of themselves and think that their opinion of what makes a good movie is the be all and end all, and anybody that disagrees with it is just wrong. And it's like, no. Like, there are definitely things that make films better or worse. Like, you can have a film that's visually a work of art, but story-wise isn't super satisfying. You can have a film that does really, really well within its demographic, but then just doesn't really do well outside of that. And that's also fine. It doesn't make it bad or good necessarily. That just makes it a cult film. Because it's like, to me, it was like almost the perfect movie because it's very slow paced, and I love slow pacing. So to me, this is how I'm just like explaining how opinions work, honestly. To me, I mean, I don't necessarily hate films that are fast paced. I think for some films it works well. I think that people are trying to be way too fast paced with film overall nowadays. Like, I think too many films are fast paced. I think some films could have done better with a little bit more, like a little longer to in the oven, I guess. Just spending time getting to know the characters and stuff. But like, I don't know. It was like, it's definitely a slower paced film, and that's not for everybody, and that's fine. But like saying that, oh, because it's slow paced, it's bad is like, no. No, that just means that you're impatient. It's like, I don't know. Because, like, I don't think Iron Lung is a bad movie by any means. I think what it does with what it has is absolutely amazing. I'm like, me personally, I don't think there's anything to improve upon, but like, that isn't how that works. There's always something to improve upon. Even if I don't personally think that there is anything to improve upon, there always is. Because that is just how things work. I just feel like I'm explaining the concept of an opinion, honestly. And I guess that's kind of my problem, I think, with a lot of, like, film critics and people that decide whether or not something is a good or bad movie is, or like whether people are like, oh, I'm deciding that this is a good thing and this is a bad thing, is because it's like they take their opinions as fact. And that is just not how that works. Your opinions are not facts, unfortunately. Even if you think you have the best opinions. Your opinions are not facts. Which, you know, is, I know, the kind of the entire thing that film critics base their whole existence is on, apparently, is that they're more right than everybody else is. Because, like, I can understand film critique more on a technical level than I can, like, a plot level. Because it's like, maybe this is just my bias here. And this is me going all film critic mode here. Maybe I'm being a hypocrite. But, like, I think Iron Lung, even if you don't like it story-wise, it is very technically impressive. Like, the effects that were used, like, a lot of the makeup that was done. On a technical level, and on, like, this is some guy's first, like, full-scale, large film. Just on that level, it's impressive. The fan response is impressive. And it's like, if, whether or not someone likes the story or a certain type of pacing is, like, a different thing all entirely, just because those aren't, like, objective things that you can have, like... I mean, you can have opinions on what makes a good thing, but, like, you can't be like, oh, if I didn't like it, then it must be horrible. Because that's just not how any of that works. And maybe that's just my, like... I wouldn't say that I'm unopinionated, because I absolutely am. Maybe I'm just not as much of a snob. Maybe I just don't care as much as I think I do. But yeah, I think on a technical level, it's an impressive movie. You don't have to like the story or anything. But I feel like maybe movie critics should look more at, like, things that you can objectively measure, because those are things that you can actually critique. It's kind of hard to critique something that you can't really, I guess, objectively measure. Because it's like, I don't understand how you can, like, critique something that you can't, like, look at objectively, because whether or not you like something for the plot or anything is, like, an entirely different thing, because everybody just has different tastes. Like, it's just kind of, I don't know. But, like, I heard some, like, similar, like, critiques and stuff of the FNAF movie, where it's like, oh, well, because I didn't like it specifically, it must have not been good, and it's like, that's just not how that works. That's not how that works. No one's opinion is objective. Everything is subjective. And people forget that. I'm very much I said I liked it, I didn't say it was good kind of person. But then but then again, I'm also more of what the demographic for Iron Lung would be. First off, I'm a fan of Markiplier. I've liked his stuff for years. So it's like I've got that going for me. But I'm also a fan of very slow-paced, long, drawn-out horror. I like it a lot more than all the sudden jump scares. Because it's like, I don't know, that's just my thing. That's what I like, personally. Like, that's what I like. And so, of course I'm going to like a movie that does that thing. To me, it's gonna be, like, one of the greatest movies I've ever seen. Like, that's just kind of how that works. Now I'm just explaining how demographic information works. So maybe the film critics should be the ones that are getting good, because, like, I don't... Do they understand? Do they understand this? Do film critics understand how opinions work? I'm not sure. It's a little bit unclear. I'm not sure if they understand how opinions work. Because, like, so much of the stuff that I like is stuff that other people wouldn't. And that's, like, I have no problem with that. That's not something I have a problem with. I don't see why it is a problem to not be as into things that other people are into. Not that I don't like fast-paced horror or anything. It's just not as much of my personal cup of tea. I like it. It's just that if I have the choice to watch something that's more slow-paced, then I'll watch that instead. If I have the choice to watch something between, like, I Saw the TV Glow or Friday the 13th, I'll watch I Saw the TV Glow, because it's more long and drawn out. I love long and drawn out dread. What can I say? I'm just that kind of guy. But I don't mind the other thing at all. Because I do, in fact, also like the other thing. I like more than one thing. Can you believe it? But yeah. I just don't think that slow pace should be a synonym for it bad. Because it's like, personally, I don't know how anyone gets enough story with it being so fast paced. Like, how do you get enough story with it being that fast paced? I don't understand. But again, that's like a different taste. My tastes are just different. And there's literally nothing wrong with that. I'm just marking out the place so that I know where I need to stop again. This is just going to become a crazy sandstone quarry, honestly. I sure hope that I find a bunch of iron to make more tools with it, because that would suck if I didn't. It would honestly really, really suck if I didn't. So I really hope I do. really, really hope that I find a giant... I really hope that I don't even know at this point. I don't even know anymore. I'm just like saying words while digging holes. I don't even know how I'm gonna connect this back to the other bit. But I'm gonna try. I certainly am gonna be doing that trying thing. And I'm not going fast enough with that, digging. With the torch thing. There we go. Okay, so I am going to need to light this area up. And I'm hearing more caves, so... That would have been bad if I had a different outcome to that, but I didn't have a different outcome to that, so it was not bad. It's like, oh, it would have been bad if it was bad. Yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure it would have been bad if it was bad. Me when things are bad because they're bad. I don't know what time it is. I should probably look at what time it is because that might... Okay. So it's getting a little bit closer to the time when I would take my meds. So, okay, yeah. I should probably go from the top here to dig stuff down just because that would probably be the smarter thing to do. Going from the top. Okay. Oh, I could even just like wrap around this, but I'm not gonna do that until later. Okay. I like those guys. Those guys are chill. I think there's just kind of been one of those guys around there. I know that I should probably kill that guy, but I don't really feel like it because I like that guy. I think he's a chill bro. Don't see any need to actually currently kill him, just because I'm not really doing that right now. Therefore, there's no need. Therefore, there's just no need for me to do that. Therefore, there is just no need. I should probably be saving some of this sand, because I will need to fill in gaps. I know I will. So I probably should be saving up at least some of the sand. But I also don't entirely feel like it. Because I'm also going to need so much sandstone. But I probably should start saving the sand and keeping it a little bit separate. Just because I will need some of it. For sure. I will absolutely be needing some of it. So I probably should start saving it. And I will do that. I will move over to my boat and I shall start putting the sand in as a separate thing. Honestly, I can potentially see myself expanding this much, much further. But yeah. I don't want sandstone. I'm still mining the sandstone. That's how this is working. I should probably get a crafting table so that I can, craft things. Wow. Yep, that was truly inspired wording. I should get the thing that you use for that thing, so I can do that thing. Ow. Yeah, ow. Probably should get out the little bits of sand that I'm not going to be able to get out later. Okay. Oh, I think that's a thunderstorm, because that got dark real quick. Okay, so it's not a thunderstorm, it just got really dark really quickly in the middle of the day. I guess it just must be raining. Which is just what it's doing also outside in the real world right now for me. It's also raining quite a bit, which has been super fun because my chronic illness hates air pressure a lot. Air pressure is the least favorite thing of my chronic illness, honestly. It's super fun to deal with, especially when I actually do really like rainy days. I truly do love being chronically ill. This is totally not sarcastic at all. Why does it... I keep not timing it correctly. I just want to time it correctly! Sometimes I time things correctly, and a lot of the times I don't. I still need to finish my Generator Rex animation with this one. I'm probably gonna have to redo the whole thing just because my art has gotten a little bit different. But maybe someday I'll get Storyboard Pro again, and then I'll be able to finish it, and then I'll just probably just entirely restart it, and then finish it. That's probably how that's gonna go. There's definitely... I have some animatics that I'm just I'm gonna need to redo certain bits of it just because I can drop it. I mean, there were also stuff where I'm just I'm gonna save that for later. I very much miss having animation software. Actual animation software. Because I have Procreate, but it's not good for animating. Just because specifically sound. You can't put sound in there. I desperately desire to have sound in my animations. I've had to resort to the super irritating task of basically making every single animation frame a picture that I put into DaVinci Resolve, and just basically making every single thing a thing that I put into DaVinci Resolve. Every single individual frame into DaVinci Resolve and timing it in there. Timing individual frames in DaVinci Resolve is an actual nightmare. It is definitely not a software that has been built with animation in mind, at least not in that way. It's definitely not built with the idea of editing together single pictures, which I guess most film softwares wouldn't be. Though editing software is much more for the final render of something. But the final render of something assumes that it's already moving and that it's already timed. Which is incredibly frustrating. It's incredibly frustrating. Should probably do this just so it's easier to find, even though I know pretty much where I'm going at this point. Ow. Yep, and even then I got turned around, and I was like, oh, well, I'm gonna find stuff so much easier, and then I didn't. And then I immediately didn't. Yeah. I definitely think that I should never be a critic of any kind. Just because I'd either be really like, well, it was definitely a thing, or I'd be really insufferable. There would be no in between, and everybody would hate it. Because it's like, what qualification? I don't even. Because here's the thing: is like, are there even qualifications to like being an actual film critic? Like, are there? I don't know if there's qualifications. I don't know. I don't know if there's qualifications to being a film critic. Are they just like the film school kids that washed out and are salty about it or something? I don't know. That's like the only thing where I can actually imagine someone genuinely wanting to become a film critic. But that's just probably my limited life experience and not understanding why someone would want to just like professionally shit on movies other than just being super salty about something. I'm sure there's some people that just really like dunking on everything. Because I don't really like dunking on everything. It's just not something I enjoy. Or like genuinely dunking on something to hate it. Because usually I just don't care. If it's something that I didn't really like, I just don't really care about it, and there's nothing for me to say about it because I didn't care. It's like very rare for me to actually find something that I genuinely hate and will, like, or like media wise, that I will genuinely hate and just go off on rants about it. Because usually if I don't really care for something, I don't care. I don't care enough to get angry about it. It's honestly insufferable for some of my more like, because I have friends that are more film snobs than I am. It's insufferable for my friends that are film snobs. That I'm just like, yeah, I don't know, I didn't really care enough. Or like there'll be movies that they're just like, these are like the greatest movies of all time and classics, and I'm just like, they were alright. I can understand on like a technical level and historically why this would be significant, but it's not really my cup of tea. And then the film snob friends, like, I love my film snob friends, but also they just can't understand how I just don't care. Where it's like, it's not either I hate this or I love this movie, it's that, I'm ambivalent, I'm indifferent. They can't understand my ambivalence and my indifference. Which is honestly a little bit funny. It's a little bit funny. Where I'm just like, yeah, I just kind of like this because I like it. It's like absolute dog shit, but I like it, and that's what matters. I will get snobby about, like, some things. But that's usually if I really, really like it. So it's like, I will get slightly snobby about Iron Lung and say that, like, oh, well, these people just didn't like slow pacing, but this is why I think this slow pacing works. And honestly, it's not even the slowest paced thing I've watched. For me, lover of slow pacedness, Iron Lung is like small potatoes pacing for me. Like, Iron Lung to me, who is a person that loves slow pacing, is not even that slow paced. My favorite movie is Alien. Which, you know, doesn't really actually get started until like 40-something minutes in. Like, you want to talk to me about slow pacing? Iron Lung is not that slow paced. It's definitely slower paced than most modern movies that need to give you information overload all the time. I will say that. But, like, in terms of what a slow pacing lover, have, like, it is not the most slow paced movie in existence. In any way, shape, or form. Which makes me really, really sad for the film critics' attention spans. Because really, it is not... For as slow-paced as people are saying it is, or like the critics are saying it is, it's really, really not. Like, it's not slow-paced in comparison to some of the movies that I love. Like, it's not. I'm sorry. It's like slow paced for like what, the first 15 minutes while they're getting you into like the setting and the story, which is where it should be slow paced. Which is where most things should actually be slow paced. So that there is a difference between when you actually, so that there's contrast when you actually get to the action. That is where most things should be slow paced, is in like the first 15-20 minutes of the movie. Unless you just want overstimulation the movie and not understanding what the hell is even happening. But maybe I'm just like an old person. Maybe I'm just like an old person or something. But yeah, no, I can't take the it's slow paced stuff seriously, because it's slower paced than most movies nowadays, yes. But like, where it is, it's slow paced in where you're actually getting the context. Nice. I don't know. I'm just like, I'm kind of tired, honestly. I'm just listening to. I'm literally just a yeah. See, this is why I kind of don't. Why I kind of think that film critics might just be full of shit. Honestly, because like literally, I'm doing the same thing that they're doing, but I'm just mining blocks in Minecraft. I'm literally listening to Knife Fight by Lemon Demon while saying that people are wrong about something while playing Minecraft. I fail to see how that is that much different than a actual film critic. And again, I don't know, like, I feel like you should have some sort of certification to say that everybody else is wrong and that you're right. I feel like there should be like, because I don't know, how do film critics get certified? Do they just like what? Where is their? Do they have a qualification? Can you be like? Again, I don't, because it's like, I feel like at least a little bit of qualification to talk about a few things, because I was an animation student and I have an art degree. So on a technical level, I understand like framing and shit, but it's like those are things that you can sort of objectively see. So again, it's like what gives someone the qualifications to say you should have this opinion? Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. People are weird. No one is above hypocrisy. But yeah, I'm just not sure what qualifications someone needs to have to say, you should listen to all my opinions, and my opinions are much cooler and better than yours for reasons. Which kind of just feels like what film critics do. And I don't know where those qualifications are coming from. Because it's like, I don't know. I feel like you have to be qualified to be that insufferable about your opinions. Because personal taste isn't whether or not something is good or not. That's not what personal taste is. But I do kind of think that sometimes people think that their opinion equals whether or not something is good for everyone. Because nothing is good for everyone. There's always going to be outliers. Literally, nobody can have completely objective opinions about everything all the time. That's just not how that works. I'm sorry. Like, yeah, I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. This is just like my insult here. It's like maybe learn about the difference between a fact and an opinion before you write about them. Maybe understand the difference between those two things because they are different. I'm honestly more, I don't know, I feel like I'm just more critical of people who are critical, which is totally not hypocritical at all. There's no hypocrisy going on there, clearly. No, I know that there's hypocrisy going on there. I don't know. I get irritated. I get irritated. I get irritated when people talk about things that are subjective as if they are objective just because they feel like it. Just because they feel like it good. Because the thing is, it's like anybody can do that. Anybody can just criticize something and say, it's not good because I don't feel like it is. Like, what makes a film critic special? I legitimately don't understand. Like, why have we decided that their opinions are just the best opinions? Like, if one of my animation teachers was a film critic, I might be a little bit more like, yeah, I'll listen to their opinions on this. Because it's like, okay, yeah, my animation teachers have had, years of, both training and being in the industry. They understand the industry. They understand all these things. They understand framing. They understand composition. They understand all of this. I might have personal disagreements with them on specific subject matter and what, is meaningful and shit, but that's not what you critique as much in that kind of, in like animation school. And I'm not entirely sure if it's the same for film school, but I'm sure that there's some of it is similar where it's not necessarily about the story itself. It's the techniques in which you tell it with. It's how well are you making this read? Like, is it good for what you are trying to do with it? Like to me that makes more sense to critique than, oh, I didn't like it because it didn't do this exact thing that I like. But, like, again, I'm just probably being critical of critical people just because they piss me off. The irony is that I'm critical of critical people. Because I can be incredibly critical about the things that I like. I understand how some of the things that I like are dumb and stupid. I understand that. I'm not going to pretend like they aren't. I'm not going to pretend that I know what true art is and that nobody else does. Unless I'm making a joke about that. Or if I'm like feeling, oh, I feel like this thing is underrated for A, B, and C. Mayhaps even D or E. But, like, you know, I try to be fair with the stuff that I like because, like, I actually care about it. I can rip into something that I absolutely love. Even harder than a critic can. Which they're probably jealous that I can. They're probably jealous that I can be more critical of the things that I like than they can. Because nothing is perfect. I would have to probably watch Iron Lung again to really actually get a critique of it. But it was basically everything I love in a movie. So of course I'm gonna love it. I definitely have specific biases that would draw me more towards it. That is just kind of, it's almost like that's how opinions work. And then also there's just my fandom thing of like, if you hate it so much, why don't you do it? Why aren't you doing it? You do it if you hate it so much. You take the matters into your own hands. Stop complaining about it just because not everything is being exactly the way you want it to be. That's what fanfiction is for. It just, yeah. And then remembering that most people don't respect fanfiction, where it's just like, okay, whatever. Just be sad, I guess. Do people like being that critical of stuff all the time? Do people like being haters? I just don't understand it. I think it's exhausting. I think it's exhausting. The only reason I'm talking about it is because I don't want to spoil anything about Iron Lung, but I also want to talk about it. Oh, that's not. You can't check your inventory while you sleep, I forgot. I'm gonna put my sandstone, some of my sandstone, in this little boat here, just because I can. Alright, there we go. That's better. I need to actually press the correct buttons. That's something that I need to do. actually actually pressing the correct buttons. I can speak words, I promise. That would be good if I could do that. If I could actually press the buttons that I need to be pressing to do things. That'd be awesome. If I could actually do things that I'm supposed to do in the way that I'm supposed to do them. That would be spectacular. And this still isn't going to be enough sandstone. I just know it. I just know how much sandstone this is just not going to be enough of. Oh shit, I forgot to, like, take screenshots of, like, the block palettes. But there's also, like, nobody talking. So it doesn't matter. But I should have the screenshots of the block palettes ready to go. Just to show what it's kind of gonna look like. And how massive it is. And I also should probably take apart the actual... Oh, but I don't want to take apart the actual temple, because I want to be like, oh yeah, see this thing? You see this little temple? See that thing? Here's what it actually... Here's the advanced version of that. And then I can also just be like, oh, see, they upgraded their worship. They got a little bit of an upgrade. Like that it's close by to an older site of worship, I guess. Because I think that would be cool. And also, the original desert temple nearby, that I was gonna put it in the exact place as the original one. But then I was like, nah. But the original desert temple is like half buried in the sand and it looks really cool. So I don't want to take it out. Because it looks really cool. Being all half buried in the sand like that. I might half bury this one in the sand as well. But... yeah, I don't know. We shall see. But mostly the biggest problem is that I'm going to need a big flat area where there isn't a big flat area. Because of how desert biomes generate. Because desert biomes spawn in really weird. This is kind of something that they do. They kind of just do spawn in a little bit odd. That is just kind of a thing that happens. Which is, like, nice, I guess, for certain things, but, like, at the same time, I'm like, now I want big flat space to build on, and now I have to create big flat space myself? What do you mean? What do you mean I have to actually put work in? How could you say such a thing? What do you mean I actually have to do things? What do you mean I have to put an effort? I say as the person that's like, I love putting an effort. No, honestly, I do. I do like putting in effort. I do like putting in effort and getting a finished product out of my effort. I do like doing that. I'm just being a little silly and perhaps even a little bit goofy. Because I do like putting in effort. I do. Effort is what makes things matter. Effort and intentionality are what make things matter to me, at least in my opinion. Which is clearly better and more right than everybody else's. But yeah. There's some, like, caves and shit nearby, aren't there? Isn't there? Not aren't there. Isn't. Aren't. Not aren't. Maybe. I don't know. Isn't sounds better in that, but now the both things are just not even sounding like things. I'm gonna suffer for this. I should probably start at least trying to work a little bit on the area that I'd like to put the giant new desert temple in. I should probably do that. But at the same time, I could also just keep mining sandstone until I die. I could do that as well. I could also just suffer. That is a thing that I could do. Oh shit. There's a lot of spiders in here. I need to not be in here. So that's where all those things were. There, hopefully that will make them not hate me. Please don't hate me, spiders. I'm just a little guy. Actually, I could just kill them. I could just get rid of the spider infestation. I do have, like, an entire sword. Oh, Lord, there's just a giant cave, isn't there? There's just a giant cave system in here, isn't there? Oh shit, there's a creeper. I'm not going in there. I'm not doing that. Oh, iron. That's nice. I should probably get that. That would probably be good for me. And I can't get that. Now I can. I love finding things that I should probably explore. I sure do love doing that. Oh, now I have a bunch of string that I can use for my own designs. I will need it. I will probably be needing the string for my own designs. Well, I'm pretty yeah, I have banners in this design, I do think. So, oh shit. I'm just no. How much cut sandstone can I make? I know I'm gonna need a bunch of this too. Maybe I should just be making a bunch of this. And then maybe I'll be... Oh no, it's just gonna spit out the same amount, isn't it? It's just gonna kinda, yep, it's spitting out the same amount. I can waste 2 torches here. I just need all the sandstone. And I'm mining really, really badly. I need as much as I can possibly get. There we go. Okay. Now I can sleep, and then I can... I mean, I definitely will need... Most of the sandstone is probably going to be cut. Oh! That's cool. I finished my Gatorade. That's cool. I'm not going to mess with that. But that's cool. I have things to do that aren't that. Like, working on stuff that isn't that. I have so many things to do that aren't that. Actually. I should start... I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put a bunch of this stuff in chests. And then I'm gonna make some... then I'm gonna make a bunch of chests out of junk wood. And then I'm gonna start working on smoothing that area out. It sucks because there's like a bunch of rivers and stuff around there. Meaning that I can't really use the rivers as much, and I'm gonna have to get rid of those somehow. But it's gonna... Unfortunately, it is what it is. Unfortunately, it is what it is. I love that I'm, like, not even finished with my base. But I'm doing all of this. Because I really am just not finished with my base, actually. My base is not actually done. It's like I can work on a giant temple project, but you know, if I do anything, it's like I can work on this giant desert temple thing, but I can't finish my base. I can't even finish the roof of my farm. This is just not even gonna be close to enough. It's not, and I know it already. Okay, and I'm just gonna put this stuff in here because I think I think it's about time that I start. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I should start out with maybe 6 chests. I'm just looking to see if I have any extra chests. I should take this crafting table with me, because I will need it. I'm just checking to see, do I have any extra chests just squirreled away in here? Because sometimes I have had that happen. Okay, so I have 2 chests so far. I have 5. So that's 7 chests. Okay, I might want to make 2 more chests. What's the most junk wood that I have? What's the wood that I'm probably not going to use the most for projects. Probably birch. Okay, that's 8. I'm gonna do 10 chests. And so I needed 2 for that. So 1, 2, 3, 4. I just need to block that word. Why do these people keep trying to do things? People are like, oh yeah, you can get all these viewers, and I'm just like, dude, I'm trying to do this by my own means. It's not worth it unless it's real. It's not worth it unless it's real and I actually have achieved something. So I think that's enough for 10 chests. Yes, that is. Good to know. Now I just have a bunch of shit. Watterson, me. Bill Watterson. Yeah. See, I like Calvin and Hobbes a lot. It's probably my favorite comic strip out of comics in terms of like those kinds of comic strips. But even I'm not this much of a fan. Bill Watterson. I'm just quiet right now for no reason. I don't know why. It's honestly wild to me that like this is like actually how stalkers think. Like, I don't understand. Maybe it's a good thing that I don't understand stalkers. Maybe it's a good thing that I don't relate to this song at all. Yeah, this is kind of the area where I want to put it. As you can see, the older one is around there. But just because they're, it's kind of in the center of the stuff. Maybe I should work on flattening this area out. Maybe that's what I should be working on mostly. Maybe I should be working on getting it to about here-ish, maybe? About here. I'm just gonna start out with here. I'm gonna start out with here as the stuff. And then if it needs to go lower, it can always go lower. Nope, that's not what I wanted to do. Nope, that's also not what I wanted to do. That's fine. I can use some of the sand. I don't have sand here, I just have sandstone here. I can just make this giant wall thing, and that's how I can do that. There we go. That's 10 of those, I guess. I guess that would be that many. I might want to make 2 more chests. Just the fact that this isn't even going to be enough is wild. This isn't even going to be enough. Like, it is just not. Yep. Nope. And nope. Oh shit, there's a bunch of shit near where I need to be. There's a bunch of shit near where I need to be. There's a bunch of stuff near where my boat is, I think. I don't remember where I put my boat. Oh no, that's probably bad. That is probably not good that I don't know where I put my boat. But that's okay, because I can find it some way. Oh, there it is. I should get it. Run away. Shit. Okay. I'm good. I think I'm good for now. I think I'm good. I gotta run the fuck away. This was just not the greatest thing for me to do, I think. I need to be better about lighting up things. And I should probably light my base up more as well, even though it is pretty well lit. Just kind of that area. Probably should do better at it anyway. I don't like that gurgly noise. That gurgly noise is bad. I'm just half singing, half not singing. I'm doing great, as you can tell. Oh, come on. A spider right next to my... Are you serious? Dude, are you... There we go. Oh, at least I got some shit out of it. Anyway, I'm running! Running across the hills. I really should have lit this up a lot sooner. That's fine. I should probably do that. probably should be putting torches along the way as I'm running, but I'm just not really feeling like doing that right now for some reason. I don't feel like being particularly intelligent at this moment. I just feel kind of like getting the hell out of this situation. That's kind of what I feel like doing. Getting the hell out of that situation, and then also just being in my base. There we go. And hopefully everything will have burst into flames. I don't feel like I have enough raw iron to constitute burning it, but I am just gonna put it in the blast furnace in case I get more. I'm gonna put this stuff away so that I just have a pouch free. Where did I put string? I put it here. That's where I put it. I do like seeing things with my eyes. Oh, I have a bunch of ladders here. I don't know who Spencer is. I feel like I should know who Spencer is, but I don't. Why? Wait, I can eat this? I don't want to eat it. Ew. I didn't know I could eat a spider eye. Is that a new thing? Don't remember why that stuff is there, but that's fine. Just gonna put this shit in here. I don't think anybody needs this person's teeth, honestly. This might be one that goes on the Gen Lost playlist. Yeah, I'm putting this one in the... There we go. It's in the Gen Lost playlist now. Oh, Guy. Hi, Guy. It's so weird to have this much beef with a baby. Imagine having this much beef with a baby. Okay. So I know about how much I want the thing to be. So I think I should start evening it out. This is definitely something I need to fill in some way. Where is it? Where is the thing with the stuff? I think it's around here. There it is. There's the chests. It's gonna look ugly. I know it is, but it's going to be our sacrifice. It's gonna be the sacrifice that is gonna have to be made for this, unfortunately. Just gonna put that in a different place, honestly. Yeah. Oh yeah, this little cut right here is gonna have to be taken care of in some way. But yeah. I don't like the idea of having to make things like super whatever, but it is what it is. I actually might want to make it a little bit taller. I don't even know. I don't even know. I don't like the idea of making this a lot lower, but I do have to fill in stuff. Maybe if I just make it that high. Maybe that's what I want, is just like about that height. But that's like a giant shell that I'm gonna need to make. Oh, there's so much that I'm just like, oh yeah, if I do that, I'm actually gonna need to do that. But that's okay. Imagine actually having to do things. I would never. I'm just like not sure exactly what I'm gonna be building the shell out of. Probably more sandstone, because that's probably what I'm gonna have. I'm just gonna, what I'm gonna do, just to show where things are gonna be, just get some of the basic bitch sandstone. Get some of the basic bitch sandstone. And then build a little bit of a bridge. Just to be like, ah yes, this is the height that I'm going for. Just to show. What height I'm actually trying to get towards. There we go. Yeah. There we go. I should have probably moved my bed, but I can at least light up this area. At least I can light this up a little bit around here. This is probably too low at this point now. I can also potentially just use this river as a way to just get in. There. At least I'm making light sources as I go, I guess. At least I'm doing that, I guess. It's something that I wasn't doing previously. Well, I mean, actually, I can't do what I was thinking. Where did my boat? Oh, there it is. Why do I keep going in the exact wrong place where I park my boat? I need to go to the exact right place where I park my boat, actually. That's what I need to be doing. Shit. Well, that's fine. Bye! I'm getting the hell out. I'm getting the hell out of there. That's what I'm doing. That's a lot of spoobers. And I can run up the hill and do some lighting. Nope, don't want to look at that guy. Don't want to make eye contact. I would hate it if someone did that to me, so I'm not going to do that to him. That's probably the reason why I hate killing Endermen. I mean, honestly, they do make scary noises, but it's probably mostly just that I relate to them. They're such a mood. I also despise eye contact. I also am just not that big a fan of eye contact, and I don't want to just make people be upset because I've made eye contact with them. That would be mean. Do unto others as you would have others do unto you, and all that. And I like those guys. Oh shit. Shit. Run away. Bye. I'm not looking at that guy either. What's up? That is kind of the dangerous thing about having Endermen on your property, I suppose, is that they have eyes that you can make contact with, and I don't want to make contact with those eyes. Oh, my Gatorade is gone, I forgot. I forgot that my Gatorade is gone. Need to check if the orange, if that was what I was using the orange terracotta for. I do need to check because I don't remember what I was using I don't remember what I was using the orange terracotta. I don't at all. Where the fuck did I put all that sand? I had a bunch of sand. I'm not sure where I put it. It was probably in the place where I put... Oh wait, is it still in my... It still might just be in my boat. No! Okay, it's fine, he's fine. I will have to start mining a bunch of these. Ow. Hey, at least I landed that jump. That was sick. Yep, I did just put all the sand in that in my chest boat and not... Need to fix that computer so I can use it. Oh, awesome, we're getting to the gen loss stuff now. Okay. Well, see, now if I follow the torches, I know exactly where to go. I need to get the bed, but I want to put... instant gratification, I'll suffer later. That's been my motto this entire time. We're gonna keep with it. That's been my motto this whole time. My motto this whole time has literally just been instant gratification and I'll worry about it later. At least now I have an idea of where I'm keeping it level. I still think that might be a little bit low, but that's fine. It's fine, guys. It's fine. Or what I could do is I could just... Well, actually, what I need to do is I need to drop off the shit that I have. I feel like some of these sounds are like dolphin noises in this song, which isn't a bad thing, it's just something that I've noticed. It's just a thing that is a thing. Ow. This is probably what I should have been doing. for mining sandstone this entire time. Is just digging out this area and flattening it out, because I am just going to get a bunch of resources from this, I realize. There we go. There was literally only one sand block left. That's cool. I don't think this music is like... I don't think I'll get copyrighted for it or anything. It might be going a bit too low for that, but that's fine. I can just fill it in later if I need to. I'm gonna just have so much sand. This is Anakin Skywalker's worst nightmare. There's just so much sand. I imagine the floating islands are gonna be worse. Okay. And then it's one, that, and then I have 1, 2. So it should be here. It should be at this height. It should be at this height. Good thing I can just fill all this back in, right? But yeah, that should be the height that it's at. What I can do is I can just do this, then I know how tall it's supposed to be. Then I don't have to be like, oh no, how tall is it supposed to be? When it's like, there's 2 things, 2 blocks, telling me that, yes, this is how tall it's meant to be. Yeah, I think this is probably a good height for things. This is probably a good height. I could have a shovel, but I don't feel like it. I could make this so much more efficient, but I don't feel like it. I feel like I will have to bring some of the trees up, unfortunately. Because the idea is that it's in the center of all these trees, so I will have to probably bring some of the trees up. I will have to bring some of the trees up, I think. I can play this, by the way, on the piano. It's a very nice song. It's very pretty. What I can do is also I can just skedaddle on to the... over to that place. That place what I was sleeping at. Yeah, torches was a good call. Torches was a good call. Probably one of the best calls I've made. Potentially one of the best calls that I have made. Oh, I'm gonna need to fix that. I can go over to there. Sunsets are so pretty. The sunsets are just so pretty in Minecraft, honestly. Who decided to have sunsets be this pretty? Who decided that sunsets should be this pretty? One thing that I love this song and I love playing this song. One thing that irritates me slightly about it is it's hard to know where to end it and how to end it. This might have been a mistake to go over here, but that's fine. I'm like, it's just difficult to know where and how to end it. I mean, obviously kind of at the end of where it loops, but it doesn't have an ending to the loop. The Shofar Media theme does have an ending to the loop now. It does have a place now where the loop ends. But I don't know how to play that one. The one that I know how to play is this one, which doesn't have a means of looping yet. Or at all. Hey, what the hell? Where'd my... Dude, what the fuck? Dude, I needed that. What the hell? Die, you piece of shit. Shit. Okay, well, it's at least he's in the water now, so I can't... He's not really gonna do anything to me. Get that later. Just what I need is different things. I need my boat. I need my chest boat. So I can put all my shit in it. And I also need to eat. There we go. I also should probably eat in real life. What time is it? Okay, yeah, no, I should eat soon. I should eat soon. Eating is something I should probably do. Have not eaten yet today. Where's my torches, actually? I need to make sure that this is lined up with my torches so I know where to go. In case I need it. Where are my torches? Where are they? Where are my torches? I think they might be over here. I think they might be over here, and not where I thought they were. Oh, this hurts my eyes. I need a different monitor. I need to get something that has a different monitor. Oh, damn it. I'm gonna have to, like, transfer... I'm gonna have to transfer my stuff. I'm gonna have to transfer this world to a different account, aren't I, at some point? That's gonna be fun. I don't know how to do that. I've never done that before. or not a different account, but a different local. Because I don't think, because these files aren't stored locally, these files are stored locally, if I remember right. So, like, I wouldn't have any of this saved onto my account. It'd be stored locally onto the hard drive. If I'm remembering right about how this works. I don't know. I could be remembering wrong. If I'm remembering wrong, then that's fine too. Oh wait, I can put my bed down here. And then I can just continue to work on clearing out sand. That'll be nice. I can also take down these cactuses. Just make that process a bit easier. Yeah, and I think from here it shouldn't be that hard to do that. Yeah, this will be definitely some kind of way to get sandstone. This will probably make at least some of the sandstone gathering process a bit easier. Just if I flatten everything out. Because inevitably there's going to be some sandstone that peeks up out of it. Yeah. Cook? I don't know how to cook. Oh, that's one thing I kind of wish that had been kept in. Because I don't think it was fully... I don't know if it was fully kept in either. They might have had the full quote of this, but it's like something about like, oh, this is like the scariest experience that I've had in my life. Except I don't really remember that much in my life. Now I'm talking about the social experiments. We're going back to square one. They did at least put something in there that they didn't keep at the, or didn't put in the original broadcast, which is like more of Charlie just saying shit. But yeah, there's like a thing where I think they cut it off in the Founders Cut that I kind of wish they'd kept the whole thing in there of like the, oh, I didn't, you know, this is the scariest experience of my life, but I don't really remember my life. And I'm like, oh, but that's kind of important. That's kind of important that, I don't know. Or maybe it isn't. Maybe it isn't important. Maybe it isn't important, and I'm just weird. Still haven't actually been able to watch my VHS of the Founders Cut. I'm not sure how much was cut for the VHS version. Because I'm pretty sure it's not the same runtime. Have to watch them back to back, so that's like 3 versions of them. And I'm guessing the one that's the most accessible is the one that's like, quote-unquote, the most canon. I'm guessing that's how it works. But I am glad that I do have the VHS, though. It was my birthday present to myself. I got like $100, and I was like, I know what I'm gonna spend it on. I'm gonna spend it on a VHS. But hey, it's the home video of a time where I killed someone. That sounds so awful. But that's generally how I just jokingly refer to it. Because it's not an entirely inaccurate description. It's not an entirely inaccurate description. And that's what's funny about it. That's what's funny about it, is because it is not inaccurate. I'm just gonna flatten this out just because I can. Most of this is like me just being like, I could do this, so I'm gonna do it. And nobody can stop me. And if they try, well, that sucks for them, I guess. But yeah, I can't watch, like, cooking shows without, like, thinking of this bit, which is probably the point. It was probably the point to just ruin cooking shows for literally everyone. That probably was the point of the bit, let's be real. That was most likely the entire point of the bit. And I just soft-blocked myself a bit. I'm just gonna have that open so that I don't accidentally soft-block myself like that again. I still think this might be a bit too low, but that's fine. I don't know. And I will cross that bridge when I get there. Luckily, I haven't moved all the materials over, if this is the case. If it was after I moved all the materials over, it would be a lot more annoying. It'd be a lot more irritating to have moved all the materials and then have to move them all again. So probably good that I didn't finish doing that. I don't think I'm having very interesting commentary right now, but that's okay. That's okay. I'm just kind of talking to myself and doing all this. I should probably... Oh wait, no, I should eat something, and then I should take my meds. I should do that. I need to not put that off any longer, because it's going to get to the point where it's going to be too late, and I don't want to do that. I need to keep up with those. Oh, I need to write lists of things to do. Meds have been taken. Meds acquired. Meds have in fact been taken. I should not have an open cup of water near my setup. But I do. Oh, I love Hetch's theme. It's so creepy to me. I do actually really like Hetch's theme. It's just, I don't know, it's unsettling. I like that you can hear the Showfall Media logo in it. It's like just one of those little subtle things where it's like, hey, wait a minute. Why has he got that there? Why does his theme sound so terrifying? Could it be because he is a sadistic AO3 author in actuality? Is it because plot twist he is actually the evil AO3 author and he has put himself as a self-insert to make everything so much more horrifying? Potentially. Potentially. But also I kind of think about canonically, if Hetch is the one that's doing everything, because that's kind of, at least to me, what's implied in the Founders game, is that, to me what's implied is that they are doing this all on their own, pretty much. Excuse me, I'm drinking water for a second. So to me, the implication is that whoever is making the story is basically making it all on their own. You know, like, that. Yes, in real life, there is a team behind each project. But it seems just like in the actual story, everything is created by one person. Like, the founder gives full credit to Hetch when he's talking about the social experiments. And so it's like, it seems like Hetch basically made everything in the social experiments. Maybe he had employees to carry out, like, the grunt work and all that. But everything else, I feel like it's implied that he's the one that's done that. So Hetch wrote his own theme song, is I guess what I'm saying. This guy, like, literally would have written his own theme song and decided to make it this terrifying. So canonically speaking, he wrote this. And I think that's kind of funny. Though honestly, Hetch probably is terrifying. I mean, he's really happy to be doing this. Pretty much entirely of his own volition. Like, he's having a real good time tormenting and murdering people of his own volition. I mean, other than, like, the clicker training, but, you know. I'm just like way too into this. I don't think this track was used in the Founders Cut, if I remember right. I could be wrong, but I don't think this one was used. Or no, it's a different one. I think I might be thinking of. I know that there were some tracks that weren't used. I can't entirely remember exactly which ones they are. Funnily enough, I can't remember every single thing ever. Which I feel like is most people, but like, you know. Oh no. Oh yeah, okay, so it is too low. Okay. Good to know, good to know. It's too low. Oh, it is like way lower than I thought it was, actually. Okay, well, that is also good to know. I'm gonna save these sticks just because I can. Again, literally everything in this is me being like, yeah, well, I can do that, so I'm gonna do it. There we go. I feel fine just using all this sand to do all this just because it's like, I mean, I am gonna just be filling stuff in anyway. And I'm also realizing I can just I'm sure the mouse clicking stuff will go away once I have, like, a better setup. Yeah, once things don't suck shit anymore. Once things don't suck, it'll probably be good. That sure is a way to put things. Oh. Well. Awkward. Oh shit! Okay, that was not my intention. Did not intend to do that. I'm gonna do that. I'm scared for my life. Alright. This is fine. Definitely should be on solid ground for this, is what I'm learning from this experience. Oh shit. Ah! Yep. I should have seen that coming. I really should have seen that coming. It's okay, I have a lot of sandstone. Probably more than anyone would ever need in their life. Like, feasibly. Actually, that is exactly where I wanted it to be, but that's okay. I'm gonna need a lot more than that, and that's fine, but we've started the process of making this a little bit more stable, and that's cool. I'm just like, what am I even gonna put to make the shell? Because I'm gonna need to make a shell. I am gonna need to make some kind of... Okay, does this go into stuff here? It doesn't look like it from the outside, so I think that's fine. Okay. So I need to be on this. I'm filling this in. Just because I would rather not have disaster strike. Not a huge fan of disaster striking, I'm gonna be super honest. Bing, 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 bing. Oh, what? No, well. That sucks. I'm just like, wow, I'm wasting my sandstone, and then I'm like, I'm kind of not actually. I'm kind of not wasting my sandstone. In all honesty, I'm more wasting the sand than I am the sandstone. I'm definitely gonna have a lot of this shit. I really hope that this doesn't collapse the entire thing. Okay, so that did just collapse the entire thing. Awesome. So that did just, in fact, collapse the entire thing. How I'm just like, oh, how could I have foreseen this when I literally foresaw this? How on earth could this have been foreseen? How could it have been prevented against? He says, literally having foreseen it. Though I don't know if it could have been prevented against, honestly. That bit I'm like, maybe it couldn't have been prevented against. Mayhaps it could not have been prevented against. Unfortunately. Okay. And I am just short. I am just barely short of sandstone. It's okay. It won't actually take that much. It won't actually take that much, I don't think. It definitely won't take 64 of these. Yeah. I think that is... Well, actually, no, there's like an entire other part of this thing that I need to destroy as well. This is also probably going to just fall spectacularly. Yep. Oh. Well, at least it goes to there. So at least there's a little more stability under there. I don't know how much stability there's going to be going on after that, but we'll get there when we get there. We will get there when we end up getting there. And that's what's important, I think. I think that's what's important here. Probably. Most likely. Most likely that's what's important. But yeah, I will need to, like, raise up the azaleas, probably, for this to work. For this stuff to work, I will probably need to put in work. What an amazing conclusion to draw. There we go. That actually worked out rather nicely. I do like the music in the social experiments. It's fun. It's fun, it's silly, it's a little bit goofy, and I love that. I do like it quite a bit. There's stuff and things that I'm like, oh right, I need to film that. I need to just make a list. I used to have lists near my workspace of just things that I needed to do, and I need to get back into doing that. I need to, though, also just make it so that the lists are not too crazy. Because that's another problem that I've had is like, I'm like, oh, I'll make a bunch of lists, and then the lists help until they stop helping because I've made it just a little bit too much. Made just a little bit too much of a list. Just went a little bit overkill on the list, and it's just not a helpful thing anymore. Which is just something that keeps happening, and it's kind of irritating. I'm just like, yes, I will make list. List will make everything better. And then I'm surprised when, wait a minute, list does not always make everything better. I'm marking that just because I don't know if I'll be able to see it. Don't know if I'll be able to see it. I probably should be able to see it so that I know that I need to fill it in. Or that I need to do stuff with that. I did not mean to do that, but it worked out pretty well, actually. Actually, it might have been this one that I don't think got used in the Founder's Cut. I don't remember if it got used. Maybe it did, maybe I'm just crazy. Maybe I just don't remember things. It's entirely possible. I should start heading heading to where the bed is. Actually, what I could do instead of that is put a sand on top of it, and then I don't have to waste a torch. Yeah, I don't need to think that I need to not fall into the trap of thinking, oh, well, because I'm digging all this out and flattening this out, I'm totally gonna have enough resources for everything, because I probably still won't. I'm overestimating, honestly. I'm overestimating how much I will need. I think that is just the way I should be doing stuff. I think I should absolutely be overestimating. Because I will almost definitely end up needing more than I actually have. Let's see, let's dig on over to the other side just to connect it. And I need to start putting torches down now. Just to make it easier, just so I don't have to just dig up everything. I don't really want to just dig up everything. Oh, okay, so this is a thunderstorm. I keep forgetting what thunderstorms look like until I see what thunderstorms look like. There we go. There we go. That's better. That's so much better. There we go. Now we are getting to a specific point, which is kind of the goal of this, is to get to some kind of specific point. Meaning that we're doing it right. What do I mean we? I'm literally the only one here. What do I mean we? I'm doing all the damn work in this house. Yeah, that is honestly the trick of Minecraft, honestly. You always think that you have more than you have, and then you don't. Or maybe that's just me being dyscalculic and projecting my life experience onto everyone else's. But I'm pretty sure that's a pretty common Minecraft experience of just being like, oh, I have all this stuff. I have more than enough, and then you just don't have more than enough. And then you're just wrong. Then you're just wrong about how much you actually need and how much you actually have. Pretty sure that is a common experience in terms of Minecraft. I'll have to check with other people on that because I'm just not entirely sure. I hate it when that. I hate doing that on accident where I just never place it quite right at quite the right time. It's like I would like to be placing this at the right place at the right time. But sometimes my timing is just a little bit off. It's just a little bit off. And sometimes it feels like the game's timing is a little bit off. It's like, hey, I'm pretty sure I timed this correctly the last time. Why didn't I time it correctly this time? I feel like that should have been timed correctly. I feel like I might try to make the shell of, like, putting the sand on top of stuff. I think I might try to make that out of sandstone. I'm just worried that I won't have enough. But then again, I do just kind of have an entire quarry for it now. I do just kind of have an entire sandstone quarry with the express purpose of making sandstone, and I probably will be able to make enough sandstone even just from this, because this is also a resource gather. I'm just a little bit nervous about, like, I probably shouldn't be too confident in how much I'm gonna have from this. I probably shouldn't be as confident as I'm being. But I am going to make some sandstone. From this, just because I can, just because. Why not? Just because I am gonna start to, oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Just because I'm gonna start to make the shell. When I say making the shell, I feel like I'm talking about baking for some reason, and I'm not sure why. I will absolutely need to light up this area underneath, because it will be so annoying if I don't. It will be so incredibly annoying if I don't light up this area. it will just be one of the most annoying things to deal with if I don't. I'll have to do it at some point, but I'm not doing it at this point. I might need to find something that isn't sandstone to make the shell out of, though. Just going by how this is going. I might need to make it out of something else if I want enough to also build the actual build. I could also potentially hide something under this, but I don't really want to potentially hide something under this, actually. I don't actually want to hide anything under here. I want it to be the sandstone temple. I want it to be the sand temple thing. I want it to be what it is. And not what it isn't. Yep, those were words. Could also dig out the sand under here. Just to make it a little bit easier to place lighting under here. I mean, I kind of always knew that lighting was just going to be a challenge with this build. I kind of have always known that. Lighting is always just going to be a challenge with this build. I need to find a place where I can very easily get glowstone. Because I'm assuming that I'm going to be needing quite a bit of it. Just because what I'm thinking is that most of the lighting is going to be glowstone. Most of it is probably going to be glowstone. Most of the lighting for this build is probably going to be glowstone underneath the floor with a grate on top. Because I like how the copper bulbs look, but the problem is that when they oxidize, they don't shine very bright, and I kind of need them to shine very bright. I kind of need them to do that. Just because I don't want to have a bunch of torches in this build. I just don't want to do that. I think it's ugly. I'm definitely more of a builder when it comes to Minecraft, so, you know, I am going to be a little bit more snobby about it. I just kind of am. That is just how that's going to work. Unfortunately for people that don't like building snobs, that is going to be how it works. But yeah, this should at least make it a little bit easier to make the shell around it and to put the lighting under it. But I think for now I will just kind of use sandstone because from the stuff I'm digging up just because it's what I have. And making it from this stuff is actually, the stuff that I'm mining from under it is actually probably going to be a little bit more economical even. That's totally good. That's probably the correct term to use. I don't know if it is, but maybe. Maybe it is. Maybe it's the correct term. I don't know. I'm cutting so many corners with this. I mean, also I can, so. It's gonna look like a horrifying nightmare under this. But that's okay. I don't want to take that away. This I can take away. Just make a stack of this so I can put it around the edge so I can see. Exactly what it is that I'm getting rid of. Is this a smart way to do this? Probably not. But that's fine. It's probably fine. Oof, do I want to, like, hollow out the entire area under this? Probably not. That's probably going a little bit too far. That's probably going a little bit too far. Yeah, I don't want to hollow out the entire thing. Just this bit. Just this bit. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do, but that's okay. Just put that there. And all our sins have been absolved. That's how that works. This is totally the most efficient way to get sand. I promise. He says as this is almost definitely not the most efficient way to get sand. But then again, when have I ever done anything efficiently? Like, just in this entire history of this world, when have I ever done anything remotely efficient? The answer is never. If I've ever been efficient in my entire life, it's probably been a mistake. I'd like to figure out if there's a way that I could play this on the piano, but probably not. There probably isn't. This one is almost definitely above my skill level. I could dream. I could dream, though. Also, like, why does this just feel like it's supposed to be, I guess, the Founders theme song, almost? I don't know why it feels that way. We barely even know the Founders' vibes, and yet this just feels like his vibes. Canonically, all we know is that he's a messy bitch with a weird-ass house. Who wears a suit. I'm just kind of lost in the music, honestly. But then again, no one's, like, talking or anything, so... Doesn't matter that much. I'm just vibing. Oh, well, shit, I did not mean to do that. And that's okay. I went a little bit too far. Actually, I could just kind of do that, and nobody would need to know. And would basically just have the same result as if I hadn't done that. No, that's not what I wanted to do. Yeah, stop it! I keep forgetting that I can't actually do things when I'm in bed. I keep forgetting that. I don't know if this made it in. And I don't remember where it was in either version of the broadcast. Oh, no, never mind, I know. Where it would have been. I don't remember if it was used in... I just don't remember if it got used. It probably did. And I'm probably just misremembering. It's probably not in the... It's probably not in the Founder's Cut. Really what I'm thinking is most of this is probably just like, oh, it's just not in the Founder's Cut, so I don't remember it being used. That's probably what's going on. And then also we have to remember that my memory has kind of gotten inshitified. I've been kind of just like editing the Founder's Cut video. On and off in my, not the Founder's Cut, the Founder's Game video from the streams that I did. Kind of just in my spare time, kind of. Well, not really spare time. All of my time is my spare time. I'm not really doing shit. So. What do I mean, my spare time? What do I mean, my spare time? I literally have... All my time is my spare time. All of my time is my spare time, and that's probably not good. I need it to stop shoving the torches out from under it. I'm trying to be cool and do the cool little torch trick, and then it's just being like, what if you didn't do the cool little torch trick? What if we just destroyed all your hopes and dreams, actually? And then I'm like, well, actually, how about you don't destroy all my hopes and dreams? That would be nice. I'd like it if my hopes and dreams didn't get destroyed, actually. And then they're just like, bet. I can't really say anything else to that. Maybe I can make like a moss machine and I can fill all the underside of this with moss. And that can be like my stability block, kind of. Maybe I just need to make like just a moss generator. That would probably be a lot better than using sandstone. But then I have to build the moss. Then I have to build the moss generator. Yeah, it's like, see, there's all these things where it's like, I would do it, but then I have to actually do it. Oh, the next track hurts my soul so much. Like, this track also hurts my soul. For reasons. But damn, the next track rips my heart out. No, honestly, like, so does this whole story. But it's also because, like, I helped make it. Not in, like, I actually worked on the production team kind of way, but it's like, that's sort of the appeal of Generation Loss, is just that you, as the audience, had a hand in creating the story. So it's like, that's like the entire appeal of it, and it just breaks my heart. Which it's supposed to do. Meaning it's being successful at what it's meant to be doing. it's not, yeah, it's not an easy... The Social Experiments is not an easy story, especially if you participated. But that's what I love about it. That is what I love about it, is that it is fucking painful. And there was really no way for it not to be. Which is my favorite thing about it. But also, funnily enough, something that I use to help me cry on cue. Yeah, something, I don't know, something about someone angrily begging you for death has that effect, I've found. Can't imagine why. Cannot imagine why that would be. I feel like I'm talking like Hedge right now. Then again, I have had to be writing that guy. Well, not had to be, but I have extensively written that guy before, so maybe it's not that surprising. Maybe it's not that surprising that I might occasionally say things like how I think he might say them. This was just, this was painful. I remember watching this. Yeah. Honestly, so the bit right before this, I remember, like, watching it and being like, oh, you know, it's kind of, like, interesting that it's like, okay, so the cameras are still rolling. After, because I remember being kind of like, oh, well, I guess the cameras are still rolling after this big chase sequence. You know, you'd think that if the show got shut down, the cameras would stop rolling afterwards. The cameras would stop rolling right as the button was pressed. You know, that's what you'd think. And I was like, oh, you know, they're just doing this for dramatic effect because of the story. And I was right, but not for the right reasons. And it fucking hurt. It was emotionally brutal. One of the most emotionally brutal things that I have ever had to, well, not had to be a part of, but ever gotten the opportunity to be a part of. Which is a compliment, by the way. I feel like I need to stress that is absolutely a compliment. That is probably the highest compliment that I could give, in fact, for Generation Loss. Is that it absolutely destroyed me. That scene in particular absolutely destroyed me. This scene with this music fucking broke me. I was completely shocked afterwards. Numb for a little bit, I think, even. I don't entirely remember it, probably because of the numbness. But I do remember feeling like just like numb and horrified. I don't entirely remember when it hit. Oh, yeah, so that was a thing that just happened, and I have fictional blood on my hand, so that's cool. And I probably wasn't as casual about it as that. I don't remember it. I'd have to ask my roommates, because they would remember more about my reaction to it than I would, probably. Just because I don't have a third-person view of my own actions. So they'd likely, if they even remember me watching it, because I didn't watch it with anyone, I watched it on my own. So I don't actually know how much of a wreck I was over it. But I imagine I'd had to have been something of a wreck over it. Just because, you know, it's not generation loss is not an emotionally easy thing to sit through. Like, it just isn't. It's just not easy to sit through. Which is what I love about it. I love that it's not easy to sit through. Especially the last bit. Especially the last bit of just... Ugh. Dude. Having to hear someone begging you to, like, first off, you know, begging you to let him go. That's hard enough. And then having someone beg you for death is kind of almost another thing entirely. Like, it is one thing to have someone beg you to let them go and to live. It is, like, another thing entirely to have to listen to someone begging you to kill them. Because that's the better option. It's like... It's definitely something to experience. And honestly, I can only hope that I could ever get that good at acting. Because I think even Kryken, the guy that plays Hetch, if I remember right, I think he mentioned that even he had like a difficult time having to sit through that. So it's like, if even the guy that's having a difficult time like sitting through that, like, even if the guy that is like knows the story, I think even helped work on it, if someone who, you know, has the involvement that he had during the story, knows how it's supposed to go, has a hard time with it, damn. Like, actually, damn. it is almost like I'm not like gonna be like, oh, it's so sad that like he's not gonna that they're not gonna act anymore. And it's like, it's like, I mean, like, I guess in a way it is kind of sad that um that Ranboo doesn't want to act really anymore, just because of just, dude, they're phenomenal at it. But also I understand, and like I understand as well, because it's like acting's not easy. Like, I am still just like kind of blown away that he was like consistently doing the stuff that he was with, with some of the other stuff he was doing around that time. Like, to do that consistently with like the story, the other stuff that was going on and that they were doing, that's crazy to me. Like, what, to consistently do that? I don't know. I'm impressed with that guy. I am incredibly impressed with that guy. But also, I like do not blame them for like potentially never wanting to act again, just because of what they were doing before. Just because of that, I really hope that this isn't going to get copyright claimed. I might want to turn this down a little bit just in case. Doesn't need to be that loud for me. I think for sure the songs are like the actual songs. I don't want to get copyright claimed, because that would kind of suck. But yeah. With the kind of stuff that they were doing before Generation Lost, I like don't blame him for never wanting to like do that much acting again. Because it's like, I've acted before. I've not done as much acting as I would like to. I'd like to do more acting. If I get the chance to do more acting, I absolutely will, because I really like it and it's fun. And also, it's kind of funny, because I feel like it's not something that people expect me to be able to do very well, just because I'm a lot flatter toned with my voice and just my expressions. But that's why it's funny, because I don't know. Sometimes I feel like people forget that I'm good at things. And so it's just always funny to me when it's like, I don't know. I definitely feel like people forget that I have skills that I'm good at. And I think it's funny that they do, just because of, I don't know, I just find it funny that people seem to forget that I have things that I'm good at. Not necessarily that they do, that they forget that I'm good at things. but just that it feels like sometimes people forget that I do actually have skills. I don't know how else to say it. But it's like, sometimes it feels like, actually, I need to do this up one more, I'm realizing. But I feel like sometimes people forget that I have things that I'm good at. If that makes any sense. Like, sometimes, it's not like insulting or anything. But I do feel like sometimes people just forget that I have skills and that I'm skilled at things. And so then I'll like do something that to me is just like, oh yeah, of course I'm gonna do that thing. But then to them it's like the craziest thing that I've ever done. And maybe it's just like people being impressed or something. But it's just like, usually it's my friends, and I think maybe that's why it feels like it's that people are forgetting that I have skills. Because I'm pretty sure it's not actually that it's being forgotten that I have skills. I think what it is that I tend to make a lot of shit posts. I think what it is I just have a very high tendency to make silly comics and shit posts. To the point that I think sometimes people forget that, like, I'm not just silly. To be fair, I am silly. I'm pretty silly, all things considered. Like, just all things considered, I am silly. I make and do silly things. Quite a bit. But also at the same time, it kind of sometimes feels like people forget that that is not the only thing that I do. I really should probably just be using sand here. I don't know why I'm using sandstone. There's nothing under this to stabilize. Or that there's nothing under this that actually needs to be, like, stabilized. I can just use sand here, I'm realizing. I'm not really wasting sand. I'm basically playing in an actual giant... Like, they call Minecraft a sandbox game. I'm literally playing in the actual sandbox part of it. Not only do I have sand here, I have sand back at my base, and I think I still have a bunch of sand. I think I still have a bunch of sand in my boat chest, actually. So, yeah. Me when I'm realizing that I'm doing things that are stupid. Happens more often than you'd think, actually. Or maybe it happens just about as often as you think. I don't know. But yeah. I don't know. It does sometimes feel to me, though, like people forget that I do actually have, like, skills. That, like, I am Silly Comics Guy. This is a true thing that I am. But also that I am not only Silly Comics Guy. If that makes any sense. Like, there's more to me than just being Silly Comics Guy. I don't know how much more there is to me other than being Silly Comics Guy. But there's definitely some stuff. There's something. But the thing is, it's also like, there's also, I guess, the idea of, like, humor isn't entirely, I don't even know. That, like, just because someone says silly stuff doesn't mean that nothing else they do is meaningful. Or something? I don't entirely know how to describe this. But I do kind of think it's funny to have people, like, not entirely take me seriously and then remember, oh wait, this actually is a person that knows things and can be taken seriously. If that makes any sense. I don't know if I'm making any sense. I might be, but I also might not be. I could be making sense, but I also could not be making sense. And that's just something we'll have to find out later. Honestly, I feel like streams are where I make the least amount of sense. But also I feel like that's kind of fine. Like, if there's anywhere where I would make the least amount of sense, it's probably in a stream. Because just not really thinking, just almost pure, just whatever bullshit I'm thinking in the moment. Like, I guess just random stream of consciousness. Because this is just stream of consciousness. But you get a fascinating look into how how incoherent my stream of consciousness really is. I swear I can just hear Wheatley in my brain going, yeah, it's a gun. You're looking for a gun that makes holes. No shit. Oh, well. I should probably figure out a way to keep that in the design. I am totally going to... Yeah. So I'm, like... At this point, I am like, okay, yeah, no, I am just going to make some kind of moss thing. I am just going to make some kind of moss generator. I am just gonna make some kind of moss generator, honestly. Like, that is just something that I feel like I'm gonna need to do. I'm going to... No, that's grammatically correct. I was like, what was I just saying? Sometimes I say things and I don't entirely understand what I'm saying. And that's okay. That's fine. But yeah. I'd like to have more opportunities to do acting and stuff. Yeah. I've also just I think I've also just been thinking about this because of Iron Lung. Is that I just want to get to the point where I can do stuff, maybe not exactly like that, but like, I want to get to the point where I can, like, really do things. Because, I mean, like, the whole thing is that I just like making shit. Like, that's kind of my entire thing. I just like making things. Like, if there's just one thing that anybody needs to know, is I like making things. I like having creative projects. And I like doing things. And that's kind of, I feel like, there's any one thing that is, like, important to know about me, it is that. It's that I love making shit. And I like, I like acting, I like all that. Unfortunately, I just don't get the chance to act that much. Which to me kind of sucks, just because it's like, I like doing it and I want to do more of it, but I just don't. I mean, I can't pay for an agent or anything. Well, I'm using up this sand fast, and yeah, and that is the whole thing about Minecraft is, if you have something, no you don't, not for long. You don't have, whatever you have, it's not going to last for very long. Because you will use it up. You will use it up, and you'll be like, oh, hey, when did I use that up? And then you'll learn. Oh, how you will learn how quickly you use up resources when you're making things. I am realizing that I need to just... Where's the sand? I had a bunch of sand. Did I just put all my sand... Oh. Did I seriously use up all my sand? Damn, I guess I just used up all my sand. Wow. That is... Yep, that's a lot of sand. I am using up so much sand. This is gonna take so much sand. And I've just, like, only started. Guess I gotta lock in. I don't want to do that much off-camera grinding, honestly. Because I don't feel like it's worth it to do off-camera grinding. Because it's like... If I'm gonna be, like, doing the grinding and stuff anyway, why wouldn't I do it on camera? Like, why wouldn't I do the on-camera grinding? But yeah. I'm like trying to remember what the hell my train of thought even was. Because I really don't. And I have no one to actually help me remember. I have no one to actually help me remember where my train of thought even was. And that's okay too. That's also fine. Boop. That's not, these are things that I keep not wanting to do. Yeah, well, at least there's kind of an idea. Oh wait, no, that was there for a reason. At least there's kind of the idea of what I want to do. At least, okay. I'm like, am I really even getting anything done? And I'm like, actually, yeah, I am actually getting things done with this. Because I'm seeing how, like, where am I actually going with this, kind of. I feel like that's what I'm doing right now, is where am I actually going with this? As in, like, what is the flatness that I'm gonna have here? How flat is this gonna be? What level is this gonna be at? Because I'm gonna need a lot of space just for what I'm doing. And I'm still scared that I'm not gonna have enough sand. That's still a thing that scares me, that I'm just not going to have enough sand. I'm so locked in, honestly. I feel like now, like right as I'm about to be moving, is probably the worst point at which to even start trying to enact like some sort of schedule for myself. Just because it's going to be so thrown off. Just by time zones and everything. Oh wait, I didn't need to. I need to have a sand there. Because this is where, yeah. But yeah, the time zones, I'm gonna be so thrown off by like just time zones. But I don't actually know how big the time zone difference is for where I'm gonna be moving. I'll have to check that, and I'll have to check a lot of things like that. I'm realizing maybe I should just. Maybe I should just skip the. Where's my queue? Just gonna clear my queue. And then put the volume back up. And that's what we're gonna do. Just remove this sand because I don't need it. I know there's like reasons for shovels to exist, but I'm also kind of like, and I know that this is again just inefficiency, but at the same time, I just don't feel the need for like a level a billion shovel when I could just be mining it this way, and also there's no way that I have enough coordination to be switching that fast between a shovel and a torch. There's just, I do not have that amount of coordination. My motor skills are not as good. I do just kind of have somewhat shit motor skills. See, shovel would be nice for this kind of area, but also it's like, how much am I just gonna be wasting on shovels if I shovel everything? Because it's like, without, like, the mending enchantment, a shovel would be pointless to me. Like, without mending, there's, like, having a shovel would just, like, not be super great. Like, I could make a diamond shovel and then just wait until it got to, like, the edge of its durability, and then just put it away. Do I even have enough diamonds? How many diamonds do I even have? I don't even think I have any currently. But if I had diamonds, like, yeah, I don't know. Without any sort of mending enchantment, me having a shovel in this endeavor is pointless. And I don't have the infrastructure to get the mending enchantment. I don't have the infrastructure. I don't have my village finished. I just don't have the infrastructure. Which is probably one of the first things I should have done, but again, this world is literally just showing how inefficient my brain is. How I will just brute force and find my way around doing it the simplest way. I'm not entirely like that in other games. In other resource management games, but I'm like that in Minecraft, probably because it's like, oh, I could build the coolest thing ever. So why would I do the pesky things like actually get the resources I need when I could just start building the coolest thing ever? Why would I do that? Why would I actually work on getting actual skills and infrastructure set up when I could just make a cool thing? This is the curse of ADHD, everyone. This is just how ADHD works. It's both a blessing and a curse. Depending on the situation, I think mostly a curse. Mostly a curse. Especially because I can't even, like, physically push myself very hard anymore. But yeah. There was a game that I was, like, really wanting to play on stream. That was really my older sister's, but I actually have a disc drive. So I can actually play it. And also, I think she doesn't care anymore. But I couldn't find the second install disc. I only have the first install disc. And I really, really hope that we have the second install disc somewhere. Because if we don't, then I just have this one install disc for no reason. And I don't think that you can actually buy this game anymore. I don't think you can actually buy it anymore. There's like a shitty version of it on Xbox that's not as cool. But it's not the same one. And also it's shitty and it's on Xbox. Nothing against, like, the consoles or something. I don't want to put my hat in the ring of the console battle. Because honestly, the one that I'd be rooting for is GameCube, because that's like... I mean, I do have Switch, so that is a console, but Switch is also a handheld, and I don't know which one to call it. I use my Switch as a handheld more than a console, so I don't really count it. So the only console that I really have is my GameCube. So, PlayStation versus Xbox? My GameCube specifically. That's who wins the console war for me, is specifically my GameCube. Nobody else's. Just mine. Because I love it. I love my GameCube. I gave him little googly eyes and I named him Cubither after a bit that when my little sister tried to play Portal 2 for me. On a stream, and she called the cube Cubither, and then I named him that. And that's the lore of Cubither. Basically, actually, I do kind of have a bit of a story behind the GameCube. So basically, me and one of my old roommates bought this GameCube together because I really wanted a GameCube, and she was like, yeah, you know, GameCubes are cool, so I will also pay, like, I think we both paid, like, either $30 or $50 for it. Each. But really it was like, the whole thing was that it was gonna end up being mine. Like, that was kind of the idea, is that, like, we were both gonna pay for it, but in the end it was going to end up being mine. I don't remember if I ever paid her the $30 or if she just was like, you know what? We're both poor. And so this is just gonna, the birthday present for you is just gonna be, you get full ownership of the cube. And that's how I got Cubither. That's how I got Cubither. Is I was just that... That's such a mean way to put it, but it's like, Yeah, I got Cubither from just being that pathetic. And yep, that's how I got Cubither. But I mean, like the thing is, it's like the GameCube was always meant to be mine. It was always like because I really wanted it. Um, and then yeah, and she never used it, so you know, yeah. Basically, for my birthday, I got less debt. That's basically what I got for my birthday that year. I do love Cubither though. I do need to get a switcher, I think, for my TV. Either I need to get a switcher. I mean, I'm gonna need to get a switcher anyway. Just because I have VHS. Yeah, I have like a TV that's like from the 2010s. I really hope I can keep it. I might not be able to. I might need to get a new TV. But like, one of my roommates couldn't keep it, so I got it, and I was like I was pretty much the only one really using it. Um, I might pay that roommate a bunch of money for it someday. If I can ever get a bunch of money. Not like $1 million or anything, but just like, but yeah, it's like it's a pretty, I mean, I like it. I feel like it's pretty nice. It's not like super big flat screen or anything. It's like pretty early, kind of smaller flat screen from like 2010, 2011 maybe. And I think I think that roommate got it from her. This is a different roommate than the GameCube roommate. I think she got it from like um her siblings. I think from her brother for like $50 or something, 50 or $100. And it has both. It has HDMI hookups, and it has it's got two HDMI hookups, and it has the red, yellow, and white cables. It's got both of those. It's got both those kinds of stuff, which is just awesome. And it's also like exactly what I need. And it holds up really, really well against cats smacking it when they want to kill whatever's on the screen. So basically, it's just the perfect TV. And I really, really hope that I can end up taking it with me to where I'm going to end up living sooner than later. Just because it is just, to me, it is the perfect TV. It is the perfect TV for me. I will probably get other, like, older CRT stuff for reasons. But also, it is the perfect TV. I did find a cool CRT radio combo that if I can get it, I might, even if I can't actually, like, use it, even if it won't actually play stuff on it, I still kind of want it just because it's cool. I could use it for the radio function, and also as cool set dressing. I have analog style horror projects that I want to do. And also I just really like cool old shit. It's like, what if I want to have something that has like set dressing, for like set dressing, what if I want to do that? It would arguably be a business expense. Except, not really. At this point, it wouldn't be a business expense. When can you start listing your expenses as business expenses? That actually is kind of something that I want to know. When can you start listing things as business expenses for YouTube? Oh, hi. Okay, so this is literally... I mean, I could get this. Okay, well, that's really all I can buy and all I care to buy. Because I don't really care about any of this shit. I should figure out when things start counting as business expenses. That probably would be a good thing to learn. Get out of this. Leave. Go away. I don't like you. There. Now you have no choice but to leave. I really hope that that's not too much for him to get out of. He should be able to jump out of that. Okay, yeah, he jumped out of it. Now I can just fill that in. Yay. Yippee. I'm gonna have so much work to do here. I'm just gonna fill in this really quick as much as I can because it's at least a small thing. I really hope I'm probably gonna have sand left over from this. I'm probably going to have sand left over from this, especially if I also dig out from under as well. I'm guessing that if I also dig the sand out from under this, that I will also have if I dig out the sand from under this, I will probably have enough sand for this project. Probably, anyway. I really hope so. I should probably finish just the sand on this side. And just get this all smoothed. Just get all this smoothed out. I did not mean to do that. I keep, like, accidentally breaking it before I should. There we go, and I just need to not break the torches until after things are done. There we go. Definitely want to incorporate that well somehow that I found earlier. Okay, well, that's just worthless to do that now. That's fine. Okay. And I did that thing that I said that I shouldn't do. I did that thing that I said that I shouldn't do. One thing I'm thinking about doing is, because I don't really want to change my... This is like purely out of me not wanting to change something, because it would be more work than I'm willing to put into it. But one thing that I am thinking about potentially doing is I might make a clips channel. I'm thinking about starting a clips channel. Just so I can have more stuff for stream compilations. I'm basically just being like, oh, what is the one streamer that I like doing? Basically, I feel like I'm just copying what Rombu does, honestly. But if I do make a clips channel, I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have I think I'm gonna have the axolotls being different, because the version of the axolotl that I have here, like for my stream intro, is actually, it's the original version of the quote-unquote logo, I guess. So, yeah. So the one that I have right now is the oldest version of the logo. I mean, yeah, it is a logo, actually. It is a logo. It absolutely is a logo. It's branding. That's what it is a logo. But yeah, basically, I'm thinking about... Get out of my way. I'm thinking about, just, making like a orangey pink version of it. That is for the clips channel, because I have the pure purple one that's kind of just become for the stream stuff, and then I have the one that's sort of both of those for my YouTube channel, and then like it would just kind of make sense to, you know, make it more intentional, because I was going to have I was gonna change it to just the one that I have on my YouTube channel for the stream starting soon, and I'm like, nah. There's no reason to break it. There's no reason to break what is already working and that I already like. Though I don't know if I have the file. I don't actually know where the file for the starting soon screen is, which is not great. What the hell? Did it... Was that a... I think that was just a glitch. I thought something was lightning for a second. I'm like, I don't think that's lightning. I think that might just be glitch. But yeah. I know that having a clips channel is, like, good. So I probably should do that. It's just effort, though. Like, though honestly I do think I'd have to ask myself the question, can I actually manage a clips channel by myself? Because I can't actually pay anyone to edit. And I'd want to pay whoever my editor was. Because I would need an editor, but I wouldn't be able to pay an editor. So that is something that I do have concerns about. I'm sure I have, like, a friend or something who would do it for free, but I wouldn't want to, like... I wouldn't want to be like that, oh, you know, you can do this for experience kind of guy. I don't want to do that. I don't even know how much you're supposed to pay an editor. I'm guessing it probably depends on how much... I'm guessing it depends on a lot of factors, but, like, I don't know what I'd be doing. And that's what scares me the most, is that it's like... I would want to be able to pay an editor. But I don't know if I could pay an editor. Because I don't want to be a guy that doesn't pay an editor that I have. That would just be mean and also wrong. I don't know what I'm doing here. I can fix this later. I just need something to connect these things, I think. I can make it fit better later. I just need to connect these things, I think. That way I know where I need to actually dig things up to. But I can fix this later. I really should get moss, honestly. I really, really should get moss. But yeah, this is mostly just so I know where I'm digging. This is mostly just so I know where I'm digging to. Because it's starting to get a little bit funky. Starting to get a little bit funky. Just the tad most bit funky. But also the problem is that I would need someone to make clips. Because it's like, really, yeah, that's kind of the problem, is I'd need someone to make clips for me. I would need some kind of channel clipper. And I don't have someone who would do that. Not that anything here is in this stream has been at all clippable. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like with this I've just sort of taken on the because I can. And that's probably the dangerous thing, is that, like, I am perfectly capable of pretty much doing literally everything that a content creator might need on my own. I have, like, well, not all the editing skills, probably. I could do better with editing. But I can do enough editing to make videos fun and snappy. I can do that at least. I need to actually figure out how to upload things to YouTube as clips, though. I don't know. I always, like, thought of myself more as, like, a YouTuber than a streamer. But honestly, I think it's either starting to balance out or go the other way. Either way, I'm playing video games on the internet. Though streaming for me, I feel like, is more like for stuff like this. Games where I can just kind of vibe with. Or like longer form games. Or like just games that don't really have an end. But yeah. I also should probably figure out how to make my PNG tuber. I tried to do one once, and I have the quote-unquote model. And I've, but yeah. But yeah, I feel like for me, like, YouTube is definitely going to be more for, like, because I'm thinking about how I'm going to do it more, just because I'm moving, and I'm like, okay, thinking about this more, I'm trying to get into a good groove with it. How am I actually going to take this a little bit more seriously? Because I would like this to work out, because I'm not sure what jobs I could really do otherwise. Just because of my severely limited spoons. Like, how could I actually make this a thing that works? I think having a clips channel would probably be good. And then just, like, have my channel be, my YouTube channel be for whatever the fuck I want it to be, and then just have the VODs and clips channels be for other stuff. I don't know. I just am not sure if I have the infrastructure for a Clips channel, even though that would probably help. Getting a calendar also would probably help. Just having something to write all this shit down on. I might get a whiteboard calendar for my, I'm not really sure if it's even going to be my room or my office. I just know that there's a shed, and my cat's going to be there. And I can't really see myself not being with my cat, like, 24/7. Like, I can't really see myself not being with Briggy pretty much almost all the time. So, even if I don't sleep there, I probably will end up sleeping there. Just because, like, I can't imagine doing something else that isn't that. And yeah, I'm just like, I'm thinking aloud while I'm doing this, because it's gonna be, I mean, like, I would hope that content creation would be on my mind while I'm literally, like, at this very second creating content. That's probably when I would be thinking about content creation the most. Because the thing is like, I think I could make it work. I just need to figure out a way to make it sustainable for me. And also for it to actually work. Yeah, it's like, yeah, I hope I can make this thing work. And it would really work if it worked. Yeah, I don't know. At least it's something to do and to try to get my life back in some way. But I do think getting some kind of calendar in, like, what will be my office, I guess. Getting some kind of calendar is probably the best next step. Some kind of calendar and to-do list whiteboard. Just so I can schedule shit. And be like, oh yeah, this is a day when I... Because I've done that sort of before, and it's actually been sort of working with streaming, which is being like, okay, this is going to be my day for this. I'm going to dedicate my day for this, basically. And if I can get other things done on that day, that'd be great. But this is going to be my, but it's like very much like, okay, this is going to be my main focus of this day. And if anything else gets done, that's awesome. But I'm going to focus on one thing a day because it's what I can do. So, like, one day might be just like an editing day. One day might just be a more of a deep cleaning day of like, okay, I'm gonna make sure that my space looks nice. You know, and then having like oh, this is gonna be my stream day. This is gonna be my video release day. And just kind of like breaking the big task up into smaller tasks. You know, and then like also breaking up the day into like, okay, this is what I do. This is when I go in to do this. This is when I do that. Which I've been trying to do, but I haven't done it as successfully as I'd like to do it. Because it's like, I think I could do this. I just need to make it work. And then also I'm gonna have to like know that there's days where I'm just not gonna get things done. And just kind of accept that, hey, this is just gonna be a day where I don't get things done, and it's not the end of the world. Because I'm gonna have bad days. Even now I have good days and I have bad days. There have been Tuesdays and Thursdays where I haven't streamed. I'm also going to try to, after I move, I'm going to try to have Sundays as well. So then that's 3 days. I just want to like not stream on the days where the people that I like watching streams on are streaming. And most of them don't really stream as much on Tuesdays and Thursdays. They do more Monday, Wednesday, Friday. And Saturday sometimes. Because I like watching stuff too. But I'm also like not sure. First off, not sure how, and also not sure like when to like reach out to people. Surely not now. Definitely not now. It's like when's the right point where it won't make me look like a gold digger? When's the point where I won't look like a gold digger who's super desperate and sad? That's a great question. That's even assuming that I get that far. Given that I don't really have anything else going on in my life other than doctor's appointments, I don't know. I used to have like a group of friends that streamed, but that, you know, just hasn't really been a thing since 2022, I think. Basically all my friends that like streamed with me don't stream anymore for various reasons. You know, life gets busy, things happen. So like, yeah, it's just one of those things where it's like the people that I was kind of doing this with and making things with are just not making things anymore. Which sucks. Because I miss making things with my friends. I really do miss making things with my friends. But things happen, and you can't really change that. It's like just not a thing that And also it's like I don't want to like pull people into it that I'm like not sure of pulling into it. Because I don't want to like, I don't know, I'm like probably way too terrified of like, oh no, what if it comes across as I'm like using this person to get what I want, and I don't want to do that. Because that's like gross and I don't want to do that. Like the last thing I want to do is like use my friends for clout. I don't know. I'm just thinking aloud to myself. But then again, I am like... Things do happen when I actually kind of try to do them. Oof, another thing that I'm like wondering, do I make an animation channel that's just like animation related? Just purely animation related. Because I don't want to get copyright strikes. Or can I just like turn off monetization and still use my main channel for that? I should look it up. That's just stuff, this is all just stuff I should be looking up. Though it would be nice to like be able to, because I'm not sure if like this is stuff people talk about. I feel like I should just like email people, but I don't. But I don't think I'm at a point where I can do that. Maybe I'm just like scared of, because I've seen so many people make mistakes and stuff and get like blasted for it and have things like not be good happen, that I'm just kind of like, oh, I don't want to make any mistakes at all. But that's like not feasible. The stuff that I've learned just from watching, and I am pretty sure I know how to avoid falling into those traps. But there's just certain little things in terms of like just certain things that I don't think I can, that I think I would need to ask people about, or look through like the terms and conditions of stuff for. Like if I can choose to not monetize specific videos, will it get copyright claimed? That's a good question. Though honestly, I probably should, if I'm like doing professional portfolio stuff, the animation stuff should be separate from content creation. I should probably feed the dog and the cats soon. There's so many like streams and videos and stuff that I want to do, but I like and stuff I want to do, but it's like I can't do it because I don't have the infrastructure. Like, I'd love to do a media share. I'd love to do a media share stream. But I don't know... I mean, I kind of know how. Actually, I don't know how to do media share stream. First off, I don't know how. Second off, I just don't have the infrastructure. Most of this is just me not having the infrastructure for things. Wait, what the hell? Oh, wait, no. I thought it said 32, and I was like, I don't have 32 emeralds. What the hell do you mean? No, it's not 32. It's not 32 emeralds. I do have a lot of sand, though, and I also should put this crafting table down where it's supposed to go. And put this sandstone back in where the sandstone stuff goes. I'm gonna need so many more chests than this. It is going to be unreal. Probably. How many chests I will need for all of the sandstone? For all of the stuff. And it still might not be enough. It still just might not be enough. Which is horrifying to think about, I know. Absolutely horrific to think about. I'm like trying to think, is there anything in this build that has stuff that I'm gonna have a harder time getting? I don't think so. I don't think it is. Because all the moss stuff I'm gonna need, like, I am actually probably gonna need to build a moss generator. But basically, anything like... pretty much anything I need I can get from this biome or biomes close by. I'm trying to think, because I can get glass from... yeah, because I can get glass from here. I have my sandstone quarry. I have, you know, a place where I can actually get red sand to make red sandstone. And I do know other places where there is red sand. I know other places where red sand exists. Where I can get more red sandstone, and red sandstone itself if I need it, really. Though I think I should be good just getting a bunch of red sand. I think it should be fine if I just get a bunch of red sand, honestly. Just copious amounts of red sand should be fine. And I'm just repeating that same phrase over and over again. Me when I have the copious amounts of red sand. I'm gonna need copious amounts, though. Oh, I hope I can make, like, the cloisters around this. I really hope I can make cloisters around this. Or, like, places where like dormitories and smaller chapels and stuff. Because the idea of this is going to be kind of like just big monastery. Big monastery place. I'm starting to get a little bit sore. So I think what I'm going to do is, unless... Actually, no. This is what I'm going to do. Is that I'm going to... at least try to... I'm going to finish up on this big sand bit. I'm going to try to finish up on this. Let's see how... Where do I need to... You know, I don't think I need to worry about that yet. I don't think I need to worry about cleaning up the edge yet. I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna... oh gosh, what the... There's 2 of them now? Okay. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna finish... I'm gonna finish with this. I'm gonna finish with this stuff. With these things. I'm going to make all the sandstone sand, I think. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna make all the sandstone parts of this sand. And then I'm gonna call it. Damn, this song hits really hard, different. It hits different. I'm starting to lose coherent speech. I probably lost any ability to be coherent like a while ago. But yeah. I'm just gonna... After this, I'm probably just gonna make lists. Probably just gonna make a big-ass list. Or, like, several big-ass lists. Or, like, several smaller lists that you could arguably combine into one big-ass list. But not to be overwhelming about it. It would be nice if I had a calendar, but I don't. Honor your child, but sooner or later everybody must die. Die by the hand of their own evil baby. Just so I can have a list of, yeah, that's what I need to do. And all that. Yeah. Because there's just a bunch of stuff that I need to get ready. And then I don't want to, yeah, I think I just might do a big giant video recording day. Or like, no, I don't think I can do that. I need to set aside days for recording. To set aside some days for recording. Or that's just what I do. No exceptions. Need to be like, this is when I basically start work, and this is when I end work. Basically, I need to give myself a healthy work-life balance before this is even my job. And also figure out the thumbnail situation. But yeah, I will need to... There's definitely... Yep, there's stuff I'm gonna think about from that I've thought about in this stream. For sure. For sure I'm gonna be thinking about some of this stuff. Completely normal. Throwing bottles of God. If you did this to us, why did you do this to us? Yeah, this is that. No, please. Nah. And of course it's just one block. Of course it's just like one block. I need to get better at that. I say as I've been trying to get better at it for 8 bajillion years. Ugh. But yeah, I'm gonna just mine out all this sandstone, gonna replace it with sand, going to make 8 bajillion lists. Really just probably like 2 lists. Really just 2 lists, honestly. I think there just might be an amount of things on those lists. And just also just making out a schedule. Making out kind of... Not making out. Making daily schedules. Making some daily schedules just for each weekday. Just because it's like I know what's kind of worked for me in the past before everything exploded, and I don't think it's going to work in the same way that it did before. But I can still like take at least some of the stuff that I've learned from before everything exploded to make things better for myself. Make things more manageable. Oh, that was a smart idea. Hi, leave me alone, I don't want your shit. I forget if they made quicksand a thing. I don't remember, actually. I really hope they didn't, because that would... Oh wait, no, it was like the mysterious sand. No, but they did basically make quick snow a thing. That is something that happened. Oh wait, that's not gonna matter. I know they made like the mysterious sand with the mysteries in it. So that I think I was just getting mixed up with those things. I don't think you can mine the mysterious sand. I mean, you can brush it away, but you can't like pick up the sand. Which sucks because it's got really nice swirly patterns. It's got really, really nice swirly patterns. Wow, this stream is delayed. Oof, I'm gonna need to like refill on my food. I haven't actually needed to refill on food for like a hot minute. That's cool, I guess. I don't know if cool's the right word, but it's definitely something. It's something a little different. Something a little bit different than average. Oh wait, I forgot that I had like all of this sand to mine on this side. I would like to find like some of the pottery shard stuff for this build specifically. What I might do here. Just kind of keep that same sort of vibe alive that I destroyed, because I did kind of like how it crawled up there onto the thing. I would like to find some of the pottery shards for this build because I am going to have some pots. Some big ass pots. I wish you could actually put like trees and stuff in the big ass pots, but you can't. You can only hide things, I think, which sucks. I don't want to hide things, I want to put stuff in them. Oh wait, this actually works. Wait, no, that doesn't work really well. Deep inside the Crisis Actor studio. But yeah. Yeah, I do want to get rid of all the sandstone and put sand there instead before I... Ugh, my eyes are starting to get blurry. But then again, this is a biome that kind of hurts my head. Just because of all the scan lines. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna save shaving off the sandstone for the next stream, honestly. Because I don't think I can do anything. I don't think I can. I mean, I could. I just don't really think I should do anything more after this bit. I'll just have to remember to do it next time. I'll just have to remember that that was something that I was gonna do. Because I really, yeah, no. I have things that I should do after this. And I'm getting headache. I mean, I've been having bad headaches since yesterday, but it will become worse headache if I let it. It will become worse headache if I let it. Okay, and I just have like this one, actually two things, and then I will be done. And then I just have to put all this damn sand in the chest. And then I'll end it. I'll end the stream. I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll do it, because I do need to eat and take care of myself and all that. Okay. Well, I think that is gonna be the stream for today. Thank you anyone who watched. I don't know if you did or not because my viewer count is off. But yeah, thank you so much for watching, and I will see you next one, and be the freedom. And bye.